Thank you, Shiri. Is it? Okay. I'm just gonna
We're still waiting for other colleagues. They're just finishing up upstairs. We'll start exactly at 9:30. Thank you. Thank you. Sanbonani, Dumelang, Molweni, Goeiemorgen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this Indigenous Knowledge Systems Seminar 2023. Please don't feel at home, but be at home. Make friends. Greet the person sitting next to you. Introduce yourself. Network as much as you can, but most importantly, please engage with the talks that you'll have today. I would like to take this opportunity to greet the management of the University of the Free State across all the 3 campuses. I'll also specifically like to, in absentia, greet I almost said our principal, Dr. Mendu, who welcomed us very well last night. I would also like to greet Professor Stollard and the organizers of this event. Congratulations for successfully organizing this seminar 2023. We are really grateful to be invited. I'm so honored to be the program director for this event. Thank you very much for the invitation. Our esteemed keynote speakers, delegates from the University of the Free State and from other universities, our postgraduate students in our midst, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. Professor Mande will not be with us this morning due to unforeseen commitment, but he did give us his blessings last night. So I would like to also apologize on his absentia. My name is Nomalungelo Ngubane. I'm from the Academy for Multilingualism. Those who do not know the Academy, we are in Qwaqwa Campus and we are also in Bloemfontein Campus. I would like to call on the stage Professor Sithole to give us words of welcome. I would like, if you open our programs, I will combine item number 1 and item number 2, since Dr. Mande will not be with us this morning. So Professor Sithole will give us word of welcome, and then she will also contextualize this seminar for us this morning. Professor Sithole, over to you.
Program Director, you are the only person that I'm taller than. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very, very excited to be here, that this day has finally arrived. I want to start, though, by lamenting, which is a very unusual way of starting excitement. I want to lament the wedge between students and scholars. I want to lament the fact that we are here yet again, where part of this whole agenda has been disrupted, in fact, half of it, because it was supposed to start on campus yesterday, and a very, very important engagements by students on Indigenous knowledge, all the way to engaging and welcoming our esteemed guests, was supposed to happen on campus. It is the second time that a major event that involves us inviting scholars of depth for our students has been disrupted the way that we have again this time. I say this risking something, there's a major risk in what I'm saying, because it will be conveyed and come across as if Professor Sithole is insensitive to the cause of students. It is why I actually want to start off by saying a wedge between students and scholars is unfortunate, because a wedge between students and scholars means that the students believe that scholars are actually one of the stakeholders that they associate with whatever the regimes that they are fighting for their bread and butter issues. Scholars are not oblivious of bread and butter issues. In fact, it is scholarship that empowers students and people to confront the cause of humanity and the cause of revolution and the cause of making sure that humanity is centralized. So I do want to lament this and say that to take the intellectual struggles away from the university, dissociating thought and discourse from the pragmatic issues of life is not the way to go for successful struggles. I also want to say that this kind of situation is like rescuing congregants from church to an emergency prayer site, which is what has happened here. And it can't continue. I think we have to reflect upon ourselves in terms of how it is that we have been associated with regimes that oppress, but we also have to ask students in terms of how it is possible that they see everyone that is associated with the university in the same light. I raise all of this, and now I move away from grumpiness to emphasize the point that the person who should have been standing here is the principal, Dr. Mandeo, who unfortunately has to go back to campus and continue with the negotiations that might reopen campus in a way that's more lasting, even for us to have exams. So I stand in for him, and I want to recognize you for coming, and I want specifically to recognize my speakers, our speakers. We shall call them just now to go to the front, and you will see them. I will leave this. I won't take the thunder from the program director. But I would like to recognize them for putting aside major duties. You must read their abstracts. They will be read, not abstracts, biographies, and you will see that they put aside major duties to be here with us. We appreciate you, Prof. Aichire and Dr. Lushaba. I want to recognize the university management at all levels. Some of them are able to join, some of them are not able to join, but more importantly, they have enabled us to be here today. So I appreciate that. I also want to recognize our partner in crime, the Office for International Affairs at UFS, for their tremendous co-planning and support to make this event happen. Prof. Lynette Jacobs is not here, but her colleagues are here and visible. Can you show your hands? Where are they? There. So the office is here in full force. The support that we have received from Professor Matsabisa, sometimes it's not usual that you recognize someone who is not here and should have been here, because he did everything we asked of him, including agreeing, including abstracts and all the works to be here, to add that third element, specialist element that we wanted to add. But in the last minute, he had to quickly go and represent the university elsewhere in a way that couldn't be, no one else could have done it for him. So we really appreciate, and if he knows us well, he will know that this is not the end of it. We will get him here. The local organizing team, the assistant deans that are here, who are so vested as to be present even in the program, as well as my team in the office, I actually welcome you to your own gathering as well. So ladies and gentlemen, everyone, physical and connecting, you're welcome, and I declare this seminar open. Please put your hands together for Dr. Mandeo. Now I take my real hat as the campus vice principal, academic and research. And I just want to confess that I have been deposed, and I am deposed smiling, because this subject matter is too close to my heart that I think there had always been a caucus in the office by my team to say, let's watch her. Let her not go on stage and call herself to the stage. She must be given a distinct role. And my role, which I am going to do now, is really to contextualize why are we having this seminar, why it is so important in the business of the academic as well as the research project to keep at it, even with the changing discourses around and fashions around IKS, decoloniality, engaged scholarship, and everything. I want to talk about this rather broadly. I'm not going to be saying we're also doing this and also doing that at Qwaqwa and at UFS. I just want to talk about the significance of this for us at a broad level. The first side of things, and it's a two-coined thing that I want to talk about for you to realize just how important this is. And if I leave any curse beyond my time at UFS, it is that it continues perpetually. The first side of the coin is that we at UFS, like most universities in South Africa and beyond, are fascinated by the buzzwords like indigenous knowledge systems, decoloniality, engaged scholarship, multidisciplinarity, and you, you can name them. But sometimes, and typical of the evolution of institutions that are fascinated by looking good, by being fashionable, we are unsure how to relate to the buzzwords. And so there are institutions that believe that they can do IKS, decoloniality, and engaged scholarship via rigid managerial formats and monitoring committees. We actually think that we can do that through the templates sometimes, just because we also want to subscribe, just like everyone else is doing in these particular concepts. The trouble, though, is that when we do that, we do less in introspection. And as institutions, we then do not reflect on why these medicines are actually necessary, rather than just complying and rather than just looking good. Less reflection on the extent to which officialdom embodies and advances coloniality. So on the one side, we want to look good because we imbibe these concepts. On the other side, we imbibe them in the best way we know how, which is of unreflective officialdom that simply does things and wants decoloniality, IKS, to bend to the current dominant structures of how we do things. So we reflect less on the implications of engaging for change of officialdom itself. That's just one side of the coin that we are confronted with in the schizophrenia of who we are. Maybe I can talk about schizophrenia of middle management in particular because I sit there. The other side of the coin is actually the buzzwords and what I call protest existentialism. So amongst us, if you leave officialdom aside and you go to the other side of the coin, amongst us, there are people who do not wait for administrative permissions. They simply engage. They give themselves license to engage. They are self-conscious about the intellectual advancement. They blur scholarship, academia, and advocacy in a way that relates to life. And they are suspicious of the thin line between officialdom as enabling and officialdom as regulatory and inhibiting and constraining. So they're very, very suspicious, these souls. They demand the right to exist other than the outside, within the constraints of what is expected. They live in what I call protest existentialism. This is the brigade that draws our attention to intellectualizing for a real human cause. But sometimes, this is my critique of them, they draw the attention only. They do not invade the spaces to hold the resources, and they do not translate the claims, whatever claims that they have, and even gripes, to finer detail, the detail that would invert the power of officialdom, such that it serves. Because officialdom sometimes has the power to convert that such that officialdom reflects and serves. So, our theme, and I'm going to shut up now and sit down, is navigating IKS and decoloniality for sustainable development goals. I don't want to remind you that we don't want even to open a chapter of what happened to Millennium Development Goals, the NDP in the case of South Africa, and things that eventually just expire. No one worries about the resources that would have been absorbed in these formats, but we continue and we go to the next fashion. This is why this year we thought to carve the theme like that, in a way that remembers that the steadfast mongers of officialdom and the free-spirited protest existentialists must find each other for the good of our nations. Officialdom is a resource, actually. We're not just going to be shouting at it and it continues because it can just please us when it wants to. It is a resource that for far too long has served the elites. And in fact, it has converted the advocates of social justice into elitism in a guise of only doing what's right for the institutions. Haven't you ever felt that there are people who went into spaces of officialdom and they were tamed completely, and you can't recognize what they were and what they are as soon as they moved up the so-called ladder. So to our guests, we don't want you to translate things to finer detail for us. We would be unfair if we imposed that to you. But we thought you are the best in nudging us and our consciousness to the realities of your expertise in life and areas of specialization, such that we remember that we do not do concept just to look good. We hope that you will restore the realization in us that education is not something that we just do for industry, that it is a tool to change lives and communities as well as society. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Sithole, for the warm welcome and for contextualizing this seminar. Now we know why we are here, and I believe that we are more hungry now for the keynote. I will not want to stand between our keynote and Professor Zitole, just in case I mess things, trying to say what exactly she said here. But thank you very much for welcoming us, Prof. At this point, I would like to call to the stage our two keynote speakers. Please proceed to the stage so that I can introduce you formally to our delegate. Thank you, colleagues. I would like to introduce our first keynote speaker, Dr. Lwazi Lushaba. Dr. Lwazi Lushaba is a revolutionary intellectual. He holds a doctorate in political studies from the University of Witwatersrand, Johannesburg. Prior to joining WIT, he was educated at the then University of Transkei, which is now called Walter Sisulu University, where he graduated with an honors degree in political studies. Thereafter, he went to study at the University of Ibadan in Nigeria, where he graduated with an MA in philosophy. His 5-year sojourn in Nigeria was followed by 2 years at the Center for Studies in Social Sciences and Culture in India, where he graduated with an MPhil in Salbatan Studies. Among other things, Lwazi has written a book titled Development as Modernity, Modernity as Development. He previously held a number of prestigious visiting fellowships at a number of universities abroad. In 2019, he was the Mandela Visiting Scholar at Harvard University in the United States. He's currently a member of faculty at the University of Cape Town, where he teaches political studies. In January 2024, he will take up an appointment as a visiting professor in African Studies at Northwestern University in Chicago. Colleagues, please let us welcome Professor Lushaba. Over to you, Prof. Dr. Lushaba, over to you. It's the other way around. I thought so. Oh, okay. Okay. The biography page starts with Dr. Lushaba. I'm really so sorry, colleagues. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm really so sorry. There we go. Professor Josephine Ahikira, I'm really sorry for not introducing you first. Okay. Professor Ahikira is a professor of gender studies in the School of Women and Gender Studies, and currently the principal of the College of Humanities and Social Sciences at Makerere University. She's also an honorary professor in the Center for Advancement of Non-Racialism and Democracy at the Nelson Mandela University, South Africa. Her scholarship has centered on feminist imperatives in politics, land, livelihood, and cultural studies. Current research networks include Countering the Backlash, Reclaiming Gender Justice at the Institute of Development Studies, Sussex, Gender Studies and Security at the London School of Economics, and as co-director of the UKRI GCRF Gender Justice and Security Hub, Effect State and Inclusive Development at the University of Manchester. And historicizing the humanities at Makerere University, College of Humanities and Social Sciences. Recent publications include co-edited books, Controlling Consent, Uganda's 2016 elections, published by Africa World Press, Trenton 2017, The second one, Historicizing the Humanities at Makerere, Trends, Patterns and Prospects, 2022. The third one, Gender, Poverty and Social Transformation, Reflections of Fractures and Continuities in Contemporary Uganda, Fountain Publishers. Her earlier book is titled Localized or Localizing Democracy, Gender and Politics of Decentralization in Contemporary Uganda by Fountain Publishers, 2007. She's also a member of the Council for the Development of Social Research in Africa and serves as the editorial board of Codesria, Journal of Higher Education in Africa. Colleagues, please give a warm welcome to Professor Josephine. Thank you very much.
Chair, please warn me when I'm left with 10 minutes. Good morning. I think I can say saubo now. And I can also say habari. Yes, I'm really gratified here. I was just sitting with my alumnus, what is it called? Because I also started at WITS. So here we can colonize that department. And I did my PhD in political studies. Somebody was saying, what a small world. I didn't know Dr. Lushaba. I would like to thank the organizers, but in a specific way, thank Professor Sitole for giving me this opportunity. I've never been to the hinterland of South Africa. I've always been in the cities. And this is a great opportunity. I even don't know how you even thought about it. And I was even hoping to pick the fragments from Lushaba. So I was very comfortable with the slight error that had happened. Because I think this is what we are at. They are fragments to be put together, and it is our responsibility. So I like the theme of this seminar, which is simply navigating decoloniality and indigenous knowledge for sustainable development. Although I'm a bit worried about the word sustainable, because I think all that has happened is everything but sustainable. And so navigation for me is really implies a very fluid moment that tends to raise more questions than answers. As I was at the airport, our airport in Entebbe, greetings from Uganda. When somebody was describing Limpopo, that province where you throw something and it grows, you can look away, and when you look there, you find it has flowered. That is Uganda. And some of those are good things, but we also use them to say, maybe that's why we are complacent. So as I was entering the airport, I approached the departure gate, and I encounter a sea of young girls wearing uniform clothes with their backpacks as the only luggage to themselves. I know they are off to the Middle East for employment. And I'm fully aware also that we have been told that labor export is now one of our key sources of earning as a country. But I'm also aware of the horrendous stories of exploitation and abuse of this labor and loss of lives for many. But also the number heading to the Middle East under these very terms seems to increase by leaps and bounds. These are young people in their 20s, possibly early 30s, but not more than that. And the manner in which they are treated at their own airport speaks volumes. They are pushed around, they are backed at, but you see that they are ready to face whatever. To an observer, this airport has actually been downgraded. When you see what's happening, it's very crowded. People are shouting. Some asking for money actually from them. So it really downgrades the whole airport as a whole. But back to the export of the labor. The word labor actually is masking the deeper realities. These are children, they are young people. We often term them as the next generation, but they are going voluntarily into what has been termed as modern slavery. What do they become after going through these experiences? Once again, our countries are plunged into a depletion phase. Does our decolonization debate speak to such ordinary experiences on the day-to-day basis? We used to talk about underdevelopment for those who studied in the 1980s. And now Issa Shivji is reminding us that actually this is maldevelopment, what is happening globally, but what is happening to the global south and to the African continent in particular. So once again, away from the universalist categories, we as occupants of the African continent are once again enjoined to pay close attention to the profound nature of the ordinary in all its diversity. Menon calls us to have a productive contamination of the purity of empty universalist categories and challenge their claim to speak about everywhere from nowhere. For far too long, majority of us have been conscripted into a kind of cage. Michelle Mugo, a Kenyan professor, rest in peace, once put it that where we are and where we act our vantage point, we act like kasuku. Kasuku is a Kiswahili word for a parrot, this bird, which is mostly in a cage. I hope none of you has it in your houses. And for her then, all we have to do is to repeat what has been said, to regurgitate what has been said, and hence perpetuating that well-known epistemological control. Someone has called it inescapable entanglements, and I would like to turn it around and say it's an inexcusable entanglements. We need to unmask and unpack decoloniality. If Sitole had told me that that's what she would say, I was going to say, I'll not come because you already have the presentation. Mine is just a small thing of that. Let's bring it down to our lived realities. What should it look like in the academy, in the classroom, in the content? How should decoloniality speak to our own real political praxis? Of course, standing here on the African continent and speaking coloniality in a language that is so somebody asked one of us and said, but you people, when you talk about decoloniality and you're using English, really, isn't it an exercise in futility? And what is your response to this? And of course, this is why I really like the concept or the notion of fragments. Language is one of those. And you can't say, let's abandon, because we already have that unifying kind of modem that we are to use. But definitely there is something to discuss about the ordering of language. And Mbembe has argued that decolonizing knowledge does not necessarily involve abandoning the notion of universal knowledge for humanity, but that there's that horizontal strategy of openness to dialogue amongst epistemic traditions. And Awina Ketch, an African feminist, just poses a simple question. Who knows, and how do you know what you know? Is that a question we can ask in the classrooms? Is that a question we can ask in our dialogue, our every dialogue, and also with officialdom as our... Were you host? No, at that point you weren't, you had transformed. But at that point. And as I was reflecting on what to say, I said, you know, when you're in South Africa, these people have faced clear inequality lines, and their consciousness is much refined. So what am I going to say? In our system, things are jumbled up. Sometimes you forget that there's inequality. They are jumbled up, the roads, you're in on potholes, you're struggling. And at some point you actually forget because you're in that disorganized order. And a few questions, I said, let me start with a few questions. For now, how many of us were punished in their early school days for speaking vernacular? I was. How many of us begin with literature generated in the Global South on day one of the lecture of semester one? The first sentence, when you refer to literature, core to that discipline. How many of us? What are the impact journals? And how many of us are anxious to publish in these journals? Even ready to pay our meager resources, because in promotion, they rank better. What are those? What's the impact? For whom? How many of us, for those in gender studies, in philosophy, in history, how many of us teach African history, African feminism, African philosophy on day one? Awina Ketch was doing a study on the academy, and many students said that the critical texts about Africa, written by Africans themselves, those in the diaspora, are normally found in oblivious sentences at the end of the course outline, and sometimes they even never get to be used, because you start with classic texts. How many of us have used alternative medicine? And what does this alternative word mean? What does traditional medicine actually mean? Global standards. What does it actually mean? is it informed by our location and social justice sensibilities? I think Sitole has put it better in terms of the technicization and the radicalization of national efforts, whether you're talking about social justice generally or actually justice relating to gender inequality. How are we engaging with the renewed neoliberal reification of STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics in most of our contexts? Not that science is bad, but what are the implications of its reification, especially in the academy in the South? Did we carry any lessons from the COVID-19 experience? Or, once again, our collective amnesia has already taken its toll on us? What about the rising or surging global anti-Blackness and our elite anxiety, despite this, to educate children in those countries where they are either not wanted or symbolically dehumanized? And the one close to my heart, and the African woman, the anxieties to be. How does this all, and many others, I normally say I have short hands, so my short hand has not really reached out to be conclusive and sort of holistic. But how does this all of this, weave into what is understood as advancement of society in Africa beyond developmentalist buzzwords? So going beyond buzzwords, how should all that we encounter on a daily basis in terms of injustice, in terms of dehumanization, and in terms of erosion inform our understanding of advancement on the African continent? How will this transform or translate into how we deploy the knowledge enterprise? So many scholars have really raised one fundamental question, and the need to recapture the power and agency to retheorize our context and location, and raise questions that are relevant to the world around us. I know that, for example, philosophers will start with Aristotle, Plato, those ones that died a long time ago. What is it that makes us actually relegate our own knowledge to the periphery? When we are supervising students, where do African scholars appear? Is it in the literature review? Is it in the conceptualization? Is it in the theory? Or you're asking, what theory are you applying? And so we are reducing them to theory appliers as opposed to theorists. How will they learn to theorize their own situation and the situation ahead of them? So this indigenous knowledge systems debate is for us to go beyond the hunter-gatherer intellectual posture of empirical evidence gatherers. Yes, we have poverty, we have hunger, we have disease, but we really have to recapture the agency to interrogate African concepts, ideas, values, and ways of being and systems of knowledge. So decoloniality, decolonization, and so on, we cannot afford to deploy them or it as just a buzzword. it must speak to our vantage point. So what is the question? And I am not going to pretend to be posing the right question or even answering it. But we always have to ask ourselves an epistemic question. What is the question and what is the other question, so to say? I locate myself as an African feminist, maybe a student of African feminism. When you revise, you feel better because then people won't ask so many questions. When you say we are African feminists, what does it mean? And does it mean that you're against men? And does it mean that you're supporting Western concepts and so on and so forth? So a student of African feminism as a venture, as a knowledge venture within the indigenous knowledge systems debate. As I have said, for African feminism, actually, the challenge is maybe tenfold, because first of all, there hasn't been sufficient theorization of what feminism should look like in that decoloniality debate. But taking on from the concept of the ordinary, which Njabulo talks about very well in the rediscovery of the ordinary, that we take the ordinary and actually theorize it and sort of get the knowledge that is supposed to respond to our concrete situations. In terms of what we are today, how we theorize feminism, in most cases, when you talk about African women, you visualize the poor. I think Eva Joyce talked about the poor, the pregnant, and there's another one, the powerless. All those are categories that have been used in official discourse to actually define African women. And yet, the other history, the other theorization of African feminists has shown the power that women wielded, not to romanticize the pre-colonial kind of situation, but therefore they've argued that we need to develop profound and Afrocentric epistemologies around these issues, and that everyday practice is one of those avenues for theorizing the profound, closely relating to our context and location. So how is African feminism to respond to the challenge of decolonization? Again, scholars have sounded the alarm that just like in the era of nationalism, feminism is under-theorized within the debates of decolonization. Of course, decolonization debates are not new. They've been part of what we've been calling post-colonial studies for years now, and maybe in this, Latin America has been a little bit instrumental. But decolonization, I think, closely relates to the concerns around indigenous knowledge, indigenous feminist approaches, and we can argue that, again, the decolonization knowledge is yet to gain substantive traction enough to cause a revolution in the knowledge production from the South, as well as transforming learning and critical engagement with neocolonialism. So as gender scholars or African scholars on the continent, this is again another wake-up call that Africa is not just a treasure in terms of artifacts, bronzes, and so on, that the real gems, as Oyewumi has put it, are the concepts, ideas, values, and ways of being and systems of knowledge and esteem. And Oyewumi Oyeronke has really, over time, urged African feminists to step out of the colonial imposed straight-jacketed categories and be able to reimagine Africa's lived reality. I saw the theme for vision at, is it 30? 130, that is UFS. Yes, renew and reimagine. For me, that is a really energizing theme for looking ahead. And so this eternal picture of African women as powerless, as pregnant, as vulnerable, many of you are on projects which are supposed to address the vulnerability of women, empower them, and so on, actually masks the differentiated experiences of African women, and it actually also severely minimizes their social agency. And once it flips through the officialdom, then it actually becomes reality. In terms of looking at how people live, men, women, all kinds of categories, you'll find that neither men or women have one stable identity. And for women in particular, because I'm trying to do compensatory history, because men have been talked about in many things. So compensatory history has also its limitations, but for now, I take it as a good thing. And look at the multiple identities of women as sisters, as wives, as mothers, grandmothers, mothers-in-law, and so on. And you find that across time and space, these categories merge in different ways. And in many ways, what has been dominant is the wife identity, which is also imposed by the Victorian ideology of the wifing role of women in society, eclipsing many other roles. And my interest as of now has been going into the critical situation or the critical location of the institution of motherhood. And without running the risk of essentializing Africa, there have been various voices to say that actually African cultures treated, and they still do, with special respect, and it's actually an extreme offense if one disrespected the dignity of a woman, especially a mother. Have we used that institution in the way we theorize gender studies? Oyewumi, Tamale, Amadiume all contest the idea of women's law position and connect it to the colonial experience and the fact that the Victorian kind of imposition on categories seem to actually be more relevant to the position that we talk about. And we've not given ourselves an opportunity to deeply theorize these experiences. During COVID, in our situation in Uganda, there were two types of COVID, the one for the rich and the one for the poor. The one for the rich is that they were locked up in hospitals or in their homes, and there were, some, sadly, death and so on, and dilapidation of human life. The poor were dealing with actual issues of livelihood, and there was no idea that somebody can be locked up in one room, 5 members of a house. And what happened is that women were once again on the street saying, we have to feed our children. Remember, this is one of those societies where they say children belong to, okay. This chair is patriarchal. And so, if we say we are decolonizing feminist pedagogies, we need to resist the neoliberal education kind of posture, which seems to be organized around regulating who knows what, to give ourselves an opportunity to expand that terrain and to ensure that we are able to theorize our own societies. The anxiety about publishing in Springler, where they will strip your writing of its potency, must stop. We have ability to actually make our publications speak to our experiences, and that we can theorize. We can theorize power, and we can theorize representation, we can theorize visibility, and we are able to ensure that we speak to the need for reorganizing humanity. If the chair had not given me that, I was going to give a few examples on the critical role or place of the institution of motherhood. You all recall that Simeon Debut says women as the second sex, they live amongst strangers as married women and so on. But when you visualize the ways in which women actually function in the setting of their families, they could set off as strangers and finally become the real owners. I was doing research on land, and my buzzword was that women don't own land, they are disadvantaged and so on, and now they are going to register land, women will lose out and so on. So I set off with my tools, very well checked by the ethics committee, very well translated in straight jackets with boxes and so on. And I reached there, and I have a group discussion, not focused, anybody, any passers-by would join. By the time we ended, men were saying that, you see, you people, you don't know what we are going through. When women bear children, they start their caucus at the breastfeeding, at the cooking stones. When you enter the house, they get out. When you get out, they enter. And you get a feeling that I think they are talking about you. And that in the middle age, the men seem to lose that kind of instrumental power that they had at the beginning. When, for example, paying school fees has ended, paying this, the money economy has waned, what persists is that emotional touch, the enduring connection with the children. And they took it to even further levels to explain how in their middle ages, men and women actually have very different lives. and the location of the motherhood institution is right there. And it's not that you want to create that gap where actually men suffer in their middle age. They alone, when they go to hospital, sometimes they're alone. When a woman goes to hospital, all the children are crowding the hospital, the nurses have to send them away. All these are experiences that we need to look at. And maybe this is why I will also say that because most of this knowledge has been silenced, there will be need to innovate. And some of those innovations will be through archival research, oral tradition, oral history, and they need to actually deepen what I have said as the epistemic engagement. So what should decolonization then be? It's really refusal, it's resistance to imperial knowledge. If you say, for example, herbal medicine is traditional, what are you saying? And it's important for us, for example, as feminists in the classroom, to engage with literary literature from the South with a liberatory capacity. I use the notion of decolonization cautiously, but I think that it's one that can give us an angle to look at our situation, validate it, and not always be on the wanting side, negative side, and so on. And that our classrooms have to be spaces for critical thinking and activism. I don't think I should preach this to the South Africans. This is exactly what you do, it seems, on a daily basis. But the content, the rearming of this knowledge with potency that is able to take us to that humanity that we all strive for. Now, as an African, because Sithole was referring to me as sister, if the airline had allowed, I was going to bring a whole bunch of matoke, which we eat. Because that's the conception of a visitor, right? That was not happening. You have a whole machinery to check agricultural products. The pineapples that I would have brought, you don't want to know. So in that spirit, I brought this backcloth for your office. Backcloth is from a tree. Backcloth is something that was produced right from the pre-colonial times, mostly by men. But the production of food and all this, and finally, when we say, you know, women are disadvantaged, they are burdened by carrying all this, we actually should remember that they are the bedrock of our livelihood. We saw this in COVID-19. Thank you very much. These are our books.
Thank you so
For
much.
history, science, and humanities.
Thank you.
Okay. Professor Akire, thank you very much for that captivating, thought-provoking talk. Colleagues, in Zulu, but it says Tebeni. I'm not sure how to say that in English. But Prof. You have made us think about a lot of things that you talked about. You started off by the issues of languages in the Global South specifically. how we continue to perpetuate the colonial language, of which I'm using right now. But at the same time, at the same time, we talk about decolonization. How are we going to decolonize if we continue to use the colonizers' language? You take us back to in South Africa to 2015 to 2016, decolonization movement by the student. Fees must fall. The call for the decolonization of English. My interest was that there was so much said about the rise of African languages, especially in the higher education institution. We were decolonizing English, but we never said anything about the rise of our African languages as languages of teaching and learning in higher education. Not because I come from the languages, but but I really observed that. Thank you very much, Prof, for reminding us that we need to theorize our context. So that we come up with the solutions that will solve our problems. And that should come through even in our theories that we use for our research, in our methodology, instead of drawing from the West to solve our problems. Thank you very much for reminding us that. Colleagues, I'm sure that your minds are overflowing with questions and then comments. So I will not take much time. I will take us through now the time for us to engage with Prof, to ask questions, to comment, to appreciate the talk, and so forth. Professor Sitola, I saw that from the program we almost have 25 minutes now before we go for our first break. I'm not sure whether we have a roving mic. Oh, there's a mic. Okay. Maybe I will also use mine for the questions from that side, and then... Okay, thank you very much, Doc. Colleagues, questions for Prof. What do you say about the talk? What do you think about the talk? What are your responses and your further questions to Prof? Okay, I see a hand over there. Okay, so I'll go this side. Yes. I'm sorry, ladies first. Okay, that's it.
No, thank you so much, Prof. Hikire. I think my question, or maybe some of the questions I have is, since, for example, okay, maybe let me not mention the institution, but generally we operate we are in Africa, but our universities are nothing but African. So I wanted to ask, how do we decolonize? Where do we start to decolonize the language, everything that our systems are, when even our universities that we find ourselves in are not even African? We have African scholars, and I like the fact that you spoke about the anxiety of being an African woman. There's also this anxiety of being an African scholar, because there's this pressure that we now have. And for example, if I were to say I'm an African scholar, there is nothing about my lineage of knowledge and scholarly work that is African, because from high school, junior, nothing has been African in my teachings besides the language, isiXhosa, which I learned. And even then, it was not as African as it should have been. So I want to find out, how do we Africanize, firstly, our university systems, because they take so much from the West, and we do that because we have nothing else that we have been taught. It is only now that we are trying to catch up. So how do we ensure that we authentically and general just Africanize our discourse and just our university systems within the African context? And then again, also expanding on the anxiety of being an African scholars and being just been exposed to Western discourse all your life. So now, how do we recapture even our Africanness as African scholars? And I'm very young, and I can't compare myself to the likes of you and maybe Prof. Stolle, because you are well advanced into scholarship. But as a young scholar, where do I even begin? Because it's only now that I have to catch up, and there's the pressure of just knowing what to do, know how to be an African scholar, know the discourse, know the theories. But these have not been taught in our undergrad level anyway. So then how do we recapture this Africanness as these young scholars? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Prof, do you want us to take one or two questions and then you respond? you just want to respond quickly? Or 3 questions? Okay, there was a question, there was a hand here.
Thank you. Thanks, Prof, for the presentation. I have comments and questions, but not specifically questions that I'm posing to Prof, but posing to all of us. I want to ask whether are Africans ready to give up the comforts and conveniences of coloniality? Are we ready for that? Can we break away? Can we break away from coloniality when we need Western knowledge infrastructure to validate our knowledge and scholarship? Is it possible to break away? Because we need this Western knowledge infrastructure to validate, our scholarship. In the event that we achieve having multiple centers of knowledge where IKS thrives alongside classical canons or Western knowledge empires, how many of us will stand with African knowledge systems? How many of us, for example, would be willing to actually publish in African, publishing houses when we're actually evaluated on who has published in the best publishing houses in the world, which are located in the global north? I'm reminded of when there was a list of so-called predatory journals in some time in 2014 thereabout, where grey publishers from India were actually cancelled completely. Even when you saw that, when you looked at the page fees that you paid, you could see where the money went. But can you really see where the page fees goes when you publish with Science Direct, for example? So those are the comments and questions that I have.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Pedro Mzilin. Just one question, straightforward. Decolonization is meant to be a disruptive phenomenon in its nature. And students apply many different productive and creative tactics to disrupt for decolonial purposes, which you called in your input a decolonial attitude of refusal. Now I want to check, Prof, in these colonial institutions we have, which are so obsessed with socially engineering students to a particular direction, where they capture them cognitively for purposes of social control, not only in epistemic terms, but in everyday behavioral patterns, whereby the colonial system even gives them instructions on how they must express their pain against the colonial system that they want to revolt against. Epistemically, we see many innovative, disruptive, and creative topics, initiatives crafted by students only for them to reach a graveyard in the ethics committee. Many outstanding, potentially disruptive studies from the epistemic imaginations of Africans, they go and die in the ethics committee chaired by a person who has never even delivered a keynote in an international scientific conference. I'm talking about colonial institutions that reduce decolonial scholars of humanity, the likes of Biko Fanon, they reduce them to theorists, as if decoloniality is a school of thought. It's not a school of thought, it's a way of life. It's for humanity, compassion, love, restoring who we are as Africans in the true sense of the word, to be a self-reliant, independent people in their own land. So I just want to check with that In colonial institutions obsessed with socially controlling and engineering students into one tunnel of life, how do we create conducive spaces for students to freely disrupt for productive decolonial purposes, to build an institution and a world that has a decolonial attitude of refusal? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Prof, yeah, let's go to the 3 questions or comments.
I think that these questions should actually go to the owner of... and that maybe I'm really hoping that the notion of fragments can help us to visualize how we take this, for those who have seen elephants, you see this part, you see this part, the ears, the what. Then it also has a small tail, by the way. You can grab it by the small tail. I want to start with the ethics committee. And I think the euphemism that you have used of the graveyard relates to many of our academies. These are people that have been trained in empiricism. There's only one way of doing things and so on. And they really make students cry because they delay, they are checking the dot on the I and the cross on the T and actually losing the bigger picture. And for me, I think that there is a way out because we are the managers of these institutions. There is where you can actually begin in terms of creating multiple ethics committees and not one. I don't know whether that is possible in our universities here, but there is a possibility to actually engage and look at the pathways for bringing that multiplicity into the ethical clearance processes. Because I think that once the young people are demoralized, that's it. They won't be able to actually engage, as you said, productively in the politics of disruption. And I leave that really to, I think this is more of a comment than for me to answer. And that also goes to the other 2 questions. One on how will young people actually engage if they've not been exposed to these things. But I would say that I was a student in the 80s and early 90s. And the opportunities available now were actually not there. For us, it was Plato, Aristotle, John Locke, and that's it. And the current generation has several opportunities. In the issues of how we deploy African literature, even that notion of African literature itself is problematic, because then there is literature and there is African literature. There is philosophy and then there is African philosophy. Meaning that, this increasingly becomes a ghetto where whoever is there is sort of demonized. And it's only the outsiders that study Africa that become African scholars, actually. And so, again, I'm saying there are pathways to deconstructing all these categories. How will, I would like to really pose that question again to us. How will young people collect some of the pockets of success that are on the continent to actually engage meaningfully? I was talking to the executive secretary of Codesria, the Council for the Development of Social Sciences in Africa, based in Dakar. They have a whole online catalog, free, you can access and so on. But what they say is that as Africans say books are expensive, people in the North are accessing Codesria literature. When they look at the online use, most of what is used is coming from across the Atlantic. And they're asking why. This is a website that is all over the place, and people have published, you know, from all over the continent, right from Egypt up to Cape Town. There are many publications that Codesria has. How come we don't use them? How come we don't use them in our teaching? What is the problem? Are we ready to give up the comfort zone? And I think the answer is no. I think we need to be ready. And what that will take is something maybe the fragments professor will answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. We do not have enough time, but I think that we can take a second round and then we will continue to engage with the Prof at break time and beyond it. I saw a hand before. Okay. Is there any other hand for the second round? Oh, there's Prof. And start with others. All right. Okay, we'll start with the lady over there and then we'll come.
Hi, thank you for your discussion, and I'm sorry if this question goes beyond the scope of what you had intended to discuss, but given all of the conflict that has been happening, particularly in Uganda, but this isn't unique to Uganda only, it's all over the continent and arguably the globe, with regards to the hate and fear of the LGBT community, how do we I don't know if it's a reinvention of ideas of what Africanness is, or if it's a re-educating of what Africanism or Africanness is, because my belief, like my colleague mentioned earlier, that decoloniality and Africanness is, to its core, there's very many definitions and we can debate all day about them, but to its core, it's about self-acceptance and developing love, especially for Blackness in its pluriversal functions and in the pluralistic ways in which it exists. And that includes the LGBT plus community. So how do we re-educate, reimagine, or even change if maybe the African aspects of this understanding of these groups might be traditionally outdated so that they fit into the decolonial love and acceptance that we're trying to create? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. All right, let me just continue. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation, Prof, which is quite intriguing. And my colleague here, I was telling him that he literally set the cat amongst the pigeons. So my contribution, or rather my question, is around the tension that exists in terms of the knowledge infrastructures. If you look in the global north, almost all the countries have an African studies something, a department, and the biggest conference, if I may put it that way, happens every year in the United States by the African Studies Association. And so how do we balance that tension in terms of disengaging from this infrastructure and at the same time crafting our own systems that work? I always share this joke with colleagues from VETS that you're pioneering in terms of having an African Center for the Study of the United States. So how do we then move to a point where we are able to engage and also convert the global north to be the object of inquiry as well, the same way that the African has become this kind of object and subject of inquiry. So how do we balance that tension in terms of the existing knowledge systems and also engaging in our own ways and making a contribution? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take the last question and then we'll come back to our landlord for the last question.
So my question is a simple one, and it's not specifically to Prof, but to the entire house at large. And it is a question of then, how do we not fall into a state of despair? Because I'm listening to everything that's been said, and the question of why even are we in the academy, you know? So how do we not fall into that state of thinking? And because our whole thing is to try and reimagine. But the question that keeps arising in my head is it even possible to reimagine, or should we just scratch the entire thing? Which seems kind of radical. So then, yeah, that's my question, I guess. How do we not fall into a state of despair when we're having these kinds of conversations? Or am I the only one who falls into a state of despair?
Okay, we will ask you, Prof, to respond, and then Prof Sitole will wrap up.
Oh.
From our technicians, can you kindly speak?
Sorry, can you just maybe stand at the podium?
All right. Also, when you respond, so that our yes.
Actually, I like the podium because then I sound very knowledgeable more than LGBT. Of course, I started off by saying that women or men have multiple identities. But for a Ugandan, let me go historical. In the early 19th century, we had martyrs that died for the Christian faith. And one of the major contention was that the king of Buganda wanted them to engage him or others as gay. So they say he wanted to sodomize them. That is the 1880 something. So that was the Africa presented in Christianity as that which was anti-Christian. Now, in the current situation, the African Christian is actually saying that being gay is anti-African, is anti-Christian. And that all these are imposed Western concepts. And when you say, so that king, what business did he have there? Because at that time there were no influences of this and that. And the question then, for us, in the politics we are in, we actually say that this conversation, the hate and so on, is something to mask or to take the population away from the governance deficits. It has nothing to do with Africanness. It has nothing to do with Christianity. It has nothing to do with being good or bad. It is just a political way of increasing hate and also sort of a backlash in terms of how the state relates with its citizens. And because it is Christianized, it sounds as if it's plausible. And I think that what you say really is that if we are ready to decolonize most of these concepts, then hate, xenophobia, insiders and outsiders, as Chembe put it, have no place. The tensions As principal of humanities and social sciences, many people have come to me to say, let's establish a center for African studies. And then I ask them, so what are you teaching? If you're going to establish a center, what are you teaching? Meaning that actually, as all of you have pointed out, we are in this kind of, infrastructure that, still requires a lot of deconstruction. But I think that we cannot despair. If we think about those that struggled against colonial exploitation, even using water and millet flour put together to fight the Germans, the British, the French, perhaps they had a bigger responsibility. We've had a sort of pathway in which we can create a sort of decolonizing trajectory. Of course, colonialism, it was not just physical, it was the cultural erosion and debunkment of the African people. But, as you rightly say, there is space to reimagine. In my paper, I also had something about language. Of course, now, there can't be that overhaul, but definitely there are spaces where, for example, language centers can require that each student that goes through the university has one local language that they can actually write in, present, speak, and write, whether a social piece, socially relevant piece, or academic piece. That's something that you can start. We can start as universities, and it sends a message. Sometimes it's the messaging that we give to the young people. The people have the energy, and we give them wrong messages, even things that are in our control, things that can actually change the sort of orientation that young people have been in. I'm going to leave the bigger questions to be answered by the principal of Qwaqwa Campus. Please help me to pronounce that. Okay, because people at home have said you must come with the right pronunciation. Thank you.
Over to you, Prof. Sithole. Yes, you have 3 minutes to respond. Right. So that colleagues that are online can also see you.
I didn't want to come to the podium. I really can't sound knowledgeable about these matters. But I actually wanted us colleagues to also practice Prof. Josephine's surname. The K isn't working like we usually use it here. Aichire, okay? Aichire. But we'll pressurize her to know how to pronounce Qwaqwa by the time she leaves. I also just wanted to appreciate the conversation, let the spirit continue. But I also have an agenda that I must declare. The agenda is seen in the discussion. This is me commenting now, Prof. We oscillate from the position of fear, and let's be frank about it, oscillate from the position of fear when we ask ourselves, how do we become like you? I don't want anyone to become like me because actually I'm vulnerable. Let's declare that, Sian. I don't want you to become like me. In fact, if anything, I'm hoping that you will take the struggle of all of the work that we've been doing on IKS. Today, it's a different fashion, forward much more concretely than the kind of moping, vulnerable statuses, pushing, defying the formal spaces, delaying intellectual and career progress because you choose to sometimes throw that journal at a museum, that paper at a museum journal, then at the Q1 journal, because you want it to be out there anyway. So we oscillate between fear, between how do we, are we able to ditch the comforts of coloniality? No. If we say that question, this is my opinion, we are then saying that coloniality is actually pure. It's not without our imprint. This is why whenever we juxtapose indigenous knowledge systems and science, we are giving away the ability to scientize to the West, because we have been scientific. We have, not only with our materials and being data subjects, and our knowledge being unrecorded during the systems that then formally record it for science. Coloniality isn't pure. It's just playing a game of making sure that it records its analysis, which has become its analysis, in its name. I don't know whether we can afford to do that and then say that it is the comfort of coloniality. It's not. It's our work, actually, too. I don't want to talk about Chris Barnard and Hamilton Young. So I'm sort of asking Dr. Mzileni whether by the time we get to disruptiveness, we can afford to be disruptive for its own sake, actually. Because not only is coloniality having our imprints, but actually we need to get into it with concreteness of what it is that we are saying about the way that it formats itself. Concretely, not just to throw things. That's why our students are at best throwing only now. That's why we are here. We want to disrupt, not for its own sake. I am asking whether, is that not the way that we are going right now? We want to say, to what extent can we have a right to be now? In other words, to offer our cosmologies and philosophies, but at the same time allow, which is what Prof was hinting at, the liberal thought of ourselves now, to critique all philosophies simultaneously. That's all I'm saying. But it's a way of summarizing the beautiful discussion that I have just witnessed here. And my punchline from Prof is when she's talking about whether we are theorizing our spaces and whether coloniality is prohibiting us from theorizing our spaces. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Sitole, for wrapping up. Colleagues, we are to go for tea break now and come back exactly at 11:29. Our next keynote speaker will start at 11:30. Thank you very much, colleagues, for listening to me. I sound intelligent here. Thank you very much. speaker, who will be talking on the encounter between modern Western rationalist knowledge and indigenous African thought. For the sake of the colleagues that are joining us online who might have missed my introduction earlier on, I will introduce Dr. Lwazi Lushaba again by reading his biography. Dr. Lwazi Lushaba is a revolutionary intellectual. He holds a doctorate in political studies from the University of the Witwatersrand, Johannesburg. Prior to joining WITS, he was educated at the then University of Transkei, now Walter Sisulu University, where he graduated with an honors degree in political studies. Thereafter, he went to the University of Ibadan in Nigeria, where he graduated with an MA in philosophy. His 5-year sojourn in Nigeria was followed by 2 years at the Center for Studies in Social Sciences and Culture in India, where he graduated with an MPhil in Subaltern Studies. Among other things, Dr. Lushaba has written a book titled Development as Modernity, Modernity as Development. He previously held a number of prestigious visiting fellowship at the number of universities abroad. In 2019, he was the Mandela Visiting Scholar at Harvard University in the United States. He is currently a member of faculty at the University of Cape Town, where he teaches political studies. In January 2024, he will take up an appointment as a visiting professor in African Studies at Northwestern University in Chicago. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a round of applause.
A very good morning to everyone.
Good morning.
How are we? We are very well. We are very well. We are very well. We are very well. Thank you very much. Chair, allow me first thank most earnestly the campus vice principal, academic and research professor Sithole, who took it upon herself to pen an invitation to us to be here today. Jobe Ramachan, Mondise Siabong. Secondly, I would like to thank the campus principal, Dr. Martin Mendu, for being such a generous host. Yesterday, he hosted us to a very warm dinner, and we are grateful for that generosity. Thank you very much. Chair, I also do want to thank and warmly welcome my esteemed colleague, Professor Ahichire, who traveled all the way from Makerere University in Uganda to share with us her wisdom. For your visit and wisdom, we sincerely appreciate Professor Asante-san. Chair, out of the collective running the Secretariat, permit me to single out Ms. Matseliso Makubo, hoping that the other members of the Secretariat shall consider the commendations directed to her to be equally theirs. She handled the logistics pertaining to our being here today with such unmistakable dexterity and professionalism. Ms. Makubo, relebogi. Chair, I suspect that I'm now able to begin, but before I begin, I do want to start with, two very disconcerting comments that, emanated from the discussion earlier. And I'm going to, put my response to those disconcerting comments in the most provocative way in the hope that we will take up the discussion later on. Chair, I'm very surprised that you have black academics who think that there could be anything called a comfort of coloniality. And I'm going to give you an analogy in the most provocative way to show you what is wrong with that kind of thinking, and hopefully we'll pick it up later on in the discussion. You see, Helen Zille not long ago said to us, colonialism was good for us. What it amounted to was to say that if you encounter someone who desires to have a child and you rape them, and when they have a child, you say, but the rape was good for you because it gave you what you were looking for. That's what we are suggesting to us. Colonialism was centuries of slave rape. How could, in that process of the annihilation, genocides, how could in the centuries of genocides find anything positive in that process? Now, the fact that there might be African imprints in it does not change who had the agency in directing the process of colonial rule. You may be invited to a party that belongs to white people. You were there. You spoke in isiXhosa in Setswana. It doesn't change it and make it a thing that you collectively own. If people have anxieties about wanting benefits of colonialism, they must not extend those anxieties to all of us. We have no desire to share in the benefits of colonialism because there can't be benefits to a system that for its existence, its existential prop is that we must be declared as non-beings. For the colonial system to function, we needed to be non-beings. In fact, the orthopedic prop of colonialism is that we, the colonized, must continue to exist as non-beings. I'm uncertain then how, in a system that declares us as less than human, we may find a benefit in that system. But I am putting it in this crude way because I do want us to pick this discussion up. I have enough that I've prepared to talk about today, and so I'm not stating it in the most sophisticated way so that we can. And I do also have to add, for us, you know, the Jamboree of African Scholarship, or the biggest assembly of African scholars, is provided for us by Codesria in its general assemblies. We have no aspiration to go to ASA. African Studies Association in America is not the ultimate for us. The ultimate for us is the Codesria General Assemblies, where we gather, you know, every 2 years as African scholars. That's the ultimate of scholarship for us. And so when people have internalized cognitive domination, they must not extend it to us and make it a crisis of all of us. So, Chair, I suspect that I am now able to begin, and I have elected to organize my philosophical musings with you today under the title, On the Encounter Between Modern Western Rationalist Knowledge and Indigenous African Thought, Fragments of a Philosophical Reflection. Indeed, these are fragments, as Professor Ahichire, you know, continuously pointed out. These are fragments because I do not claim to provide an all-inclusive or a totalizing answer. These are fragments that hopefully we can join together at some point in a distant future. We would not be able to join them now because there is also a burden that we impose on ourselves that is unwarranted, of thinking that we have to surpass colonialism and the effects of colonialism in a generation or two. Colonialism and its aftermath is a process of centuries. It will take us also to have a systematic program as Black people, as African people, to be able to undo that. And let me try and illustrate. We do want our African languages to become languages of science. We do want our languages to rise as we decolonize English, but we are not myopic enough to think that you are going to wake up tomorrow with Setswana as a language of science. in order to develop the vocabulary of a language into a language of science, to elevate a language into a language of science, linguists have told us that it's a 50-year process. So what we want is for us to start that process, to have a systematic way to get to a point where our languages would indeed become languages of science. Because people fool us, and we fall into the trap of saying, so how would you teach medicine? As if Setswana must have all the medical terms tomorrow when we wake up. We must develop the languages so that they become languages of science. That's what we are advocating for. That's what decolonizing means. So let us not impose on ourselves burdens that are not ours. You know, we do know exactly what it is, but also languages are not natural, languages are developed. Linguists also tell us that in South Africa, you can actually group, all the, indigenous languages into four language families. And so people say, but you have 9 languages, what are you going to do with them? If we had right-thinking linguists, they would have told us that you can group, Nguni language, or rather Xhosa, isiZulu, and develop a grammar for them such that they become, comprehensible as one language. You can group the other languages. You end up with only 4 families of languages in South Africa. So, let me return to what I want us, to discuss, what I prepared for us today. So, as I said, I've elected to organize my philosophical musings with you today under the title, On the Encounter Between Modern Western Rationalist Knowledge and Indigenous African Thought, Fragments of a Philosophical Reflection. As I've said, these are indeed fragments. Now, Chair, because those of us who study philosophy are often accused of asking questions just for the sake of asking questions, I have to explain from the onset the object of my discussions with you today. The intent in this discussion is to surface what I consider to be the a priori questions, which we must first attend to if the project of centering or liberating indigenous African thought, euphemistically referred to as indigenous knowledge systems, has any possibility of success. To reiterate, the intention here is to surface questions that I think are a priori or are primary questions that we first have to attend to in order to be able to liberate indigenous knowledge systems, what I prefer to call indigenous African thought, because if we do not first pose these questions and attend to them, the project of liberating indigenous African systems or knowledge systems is bound to fail. It's a cul-de-sac. We would be walking into a cul-de-sac. Maybe it would help to make this simpler and illustrate again. What I hear mostly people talk about when they talk about liberating indigenous African thought or indigenous knowledge systems is that the discussion is framed downstream. Now, we do not attend to the philosophical umbrella that organizes the production of knowledge. So you leave the philosophical umbrella that organizes the production of knowledge as it is, and you want to go into that philosophical umbrella and produce indigenous knowledge system. This philosophical umbrella has its own rules, norms, and ethics. Do those rules, norms, and ethics permit the kind of knowledge that you call indigenous knowledge systems? So what we want to resolve is a philosophical problem, an epistemological problem, but we want to resolve it at an empirical level. So give us examples of what should be taught in the university as indigenous knowledge systems, without asking whether first, does the organization of knowledge into disciplines allow indigenous knowledge systems to flourish? So we have to pose what I consider to be the a priori questions or the primary or fundamental questions that would render it possible for us to then liberate indigenous African thought. So I'm not going to be asking questions just for the sake of asking questions. It is because these are questions I consider to be a priori or fundamental. As I've said, I consider these questions to be a priori, which is to say that the legitimation of African modes of cognizing, which is my way of referring to indigenous knowledge system, is contingent upon a successful unraveling of these questions. So when you hear me pose these questions, it is because I think that liberating or legitimating African modes of cognizing, and I repeat this because this is the concept I'm going to be, or formulation I'm going to be using instead of indigenous knowledge system, modes of cognizing. At another time when we have time, I would be able to illustrate to you what is the difference between cognizing and thinking. But in a nutshell, cognizing is holistic. It's thinking with your mind, with your body, with your spirit. You know, it's much more, you know, larger than knowledge as reason, as something that is the product of your head, you know, or of your intellect. So, put differently, what I intend to do is to demonstrate that without these questions first being correctly formulated, posed and answered, the project of liberating indigenous knowledge systems from the epistemological absolutism of the Enlightenment bequeathed modern objective rational scientific standard is inevitably destined for failure. To reiterate, I consider, or what I want to do is to demonstrate that without these questions first being correctly formulated, posed and answered, the project of liberating indigenous knowledge systems from the absolutism of the Enlightenment bequeathed modern objective rational scientific standard is inevitably destined for failure. I may also demonstrate what I mean in this point, at this point. Think of Western biomedicine. So Western biomedicine has constituted itself into a standard of what health is. It defines what health is for us. And so every other thing, in order to gain legitimacy as health, has to first plead its case to Western biomedicine as the standard. So in order for it to be legitimated as health, it first has to, or rather gain assent from Western biomedicine, which is to say Western biomedicine is not just one form of health, but it has constituted itself into a norm or a standard. So when you propose what is called alternative herbal or traditional forms of medicine, it then asks you its own questions. In what milligrams should we administer this? Because these are its own standards. And so then we hurry downstream to say, but we have this, and then Western biomedicine say, but don't be in a hurry. You still have to come to us, in order for us to legitimate whatever it is that you claim to have. So because we run to resolve the problem downstream, every time we attempt to do anything, we hit a cul-de-sac because we have not formulated the fundamental questions, a priori questions that we have to correctly formulate, pose and answer in order for indigenous knowledge systems to become possible. So my argument is styled into a philosophical reflection with three fragments. In the first fragment, what I'm going to do is to map the philosophical horizon against which these a priori questions gain their meaning. So in the first philosophical fragment, I'm going to try and map the philosophical horizon within which these a priori questions become possible to pose. Because, by the way, one of the things that Western modern scientific knowledge does best is to preclude certain questions such that they become even impossible to pose. So its absolutism is not that you pose a question and it says it's wrong. It precludes certain questions such that they become impossible. And so what I'm going to do is to actually create a fertile ground, so to say, map that philosophical horizon against which the questions, the a priori questions, gain their meaning. The two remaining fragments, which constitute the substantive part of my argument, are directed at answering the fundamental a priori question. And what is the question? What is this a priori fundamental question? This is the question. What happens when subject-centered modern Western rational thought encounters African forms of cognizing and modes of being in the world structured otherwise than modern? What happens at that moment of the encounter between Western modern rational scientific knowledge and African modes of cognizing and modes of being in the world, which are structured otherwise than modern? African modes of cognizing and African modes of being in the world have no aspiration to be modern. So what happens then when they encounter this modern rational scientific thought, and it encounters this form of knowledge or these modes of cognizing and modes of being in the world that are pointed away from it, that have no ambition to follow its trajectory of progress? You know, progress, sequential progression of phenomena, one phase after the other, where you consider the previous phase to be, or rather where you consider one subsequent phase to be an improvement on the previous one. That's progress. That's the idea of modern rational science. Everything progresses in a unilinear line, you know, where there are phases and each subsequent phase is an improvement on the previous one. Everything in modern rational scientific thought functions on the basis of that idea. You go to a doctor, progress says to them, we must start you on this regime of antibiotics. If you don't get better, come back. We would put you on another regime, you know. Or come back on a review date, because the supposition is that on that subsequent stage, there would have been an improvement. You've made progress. That's how everything in modern rational thought functions. So, my point is that there are kinds of modes of cognizing, African modes of cognizing, and modes of being in the world, which are structured otherwise than modern. So what happens? That's the fundamental question I'm going to ask. What happens when this subject-centered modern Western rational thought encounters African forms of cognizing? Now, let me say two words about this subject-centered, because it's a concept I'm going to use pretty often. Subject-centered modern Western rational thought. Now, let's go back a step further. Enlightenment bequeathed modern rational scientific thought depends on a figure of the modern subject. There's no Western knowledge without the figure of the modern subject. And what is this modern subject? It is what Descartes spoke about, a man possessed of reason. And this subject appears in modern knowledge as the proprietor of knowledge. Whose idea is it? Who started it? You know. So Western knowledge cannot function without this idea of the modern subject who's possessed of reason, who at every moment is the proprietor or can claim every idea that is out there. So Western knowledge can't countenance knowledge that is not owned by a modern rational subject or that is not propounded by a modern rational subject. Go try as a student and tell your supervisor, I want to write about knowledge that is found in dreams. Because they have no conception of knowledge. And of course, the twist is that when Freud, writes about dreams and then makes them the possession of a modern rational subject, they become a source of knowledge. Because he's named it consciousness and subconsciousness. So that we do not get sidetracked, the point I'm making is that the fundamental question that I want us to pose is what happens when this subject-centered modern Western rational thought encounters African forms of cognizing and modes of being in the world that are structured otherwise than modern. So we may begin with the first of these three fragments, which is mapping the philosophical horizon within which this question becomes possible to pose. If you think about the university as a regulated and administered universe of formalized systems of truth, or if you think of the university as a regulated and administered universe of formalized systems of truth, disciplinary knowledges to be precise, or if you prefer, it has been the main locus within which the struggle for the recognition of indigenous knowledge systems have been waged. Expectedly, perhaps, or justifiably so, for several reasons. The university has been the place where we have agitated for the recognition of indigenous knowledge systems. Perhaps there is a justification for it, and perhaps there are reasons for it. Partly, I suspect, it is out of recognition that the effectivity of institutionalized knowledge, and by the way, there's nothing glorified about university knowledge. It's simply because it is backed by the power of the institution. There are much wiser people outside of the university. The reason you think you are the most clever people is because the institution has told you so. If you took people in the university and made them face the existential questions that people outside of the university have to answer every day, they are unable. Take university-educated people, put 13 children here with no income. They'll break down, they'll claim mental health. People outside of the university are able to improvise out of their existential, anxiety, or rather questions, better than people in the university. So what we're talking about here is only institutionalized knowledge. You are only repositories of institutionalized knowledge. That's all you are. So my point is that it is partly out of the recognition that the effectivity of institutionalized knowledge, which is knowledge backed by the university, is that it does indeed determine the general structure of consciousness for those people who have been initiated into it. So university education indeed has the effect, or institutionalized knowledge has the effect of determining the general structure of consciousness, which is the structure of our cognition, meaning how basically the world is given or presents itself to us. What the university basically does, the effectivity of the university is that it reduces the universe. You come to see it through this narrow knowledge of the university. This wide universe that has several ways of presenting itself to us, it suddenly presents itself to you in one narrow way, which is the way of the university, of institutionalized knowledge. So indeed, the university, or the institutionalized knowledge that is backed by the university, does determine the general structure of consciousness, how the world is given to us, or how the world presents itself to us. So bureaucratized knowledge, which is another name for institutionalized knowledge. So when you bureaucratize it, for it to be knowledge, it must appear in a journal, it must appear in a book reviewed, you've bureaucratized it. Or rather, think of it. Academics today will tell us they are A-rated academics and consider their impact against Bigo's writings that would never have earned him any rating in the university. Who has made impact to humanity more? So when you profess bureaucratized knowledge, know that it is just bureaucratized knowledge. You are great only in bureaucratized knowledge. So bureaucratized knowledge, second reason why the struggle for IKS or indigenous knowledge system has been waged in the university is because bureaucratized knowledge is equally determinative of the structure of our lived experience, how we experience the world, and what meanings do we attach to our experiences of the world. So if the success of the present debate on indigenous knowledge system has been to sponsor an entry into African intellectual agenda of the issue, the downside has been its representation of the problem as primarily political, which is to say, protesting exclusion by the University of indigenous knowledge system is not a sine qua non for the legitimation of indigenous knowledge system. I'm prepared to hazard the conclusion that liberating indigenous African thought from the thraldom of modern rational knowledge can only be an effect. Shit. I had meant to exclude this. I will read it, but please consider that I had meant to exclude it. It's nothing bizarre, but it's... So I'm prepared to hazard the conclusion that liberating indigenous African thought from the thraldom of modern rational knowledge can only be an effect of a variable relation of multiple dependent determinations as opposed to an invariable relation of dependence or a singular cause. It's a methodological thing. You can ask Professor Stolle if you need further explanation of what that means. That came from her teachings of research methods. But let us continue. So it is the object of the present philosophical essay to stretch the horizon of meaning-making by rendering conspicuous those other antecedent, more fundamental or primary questions which are elided when legitimation of indigenous knowledge systems is narrowly framed as a political project or analyzed in the singular as political. So in order to expand the horizon, my philosophical ruminations that I'm going to present to you here inquire into what happens at the moment of the encounter between the modern Western rationalist thought and African modes of cognizing. To pose that question, or to pose such a question, is to inflect into the analysis an epistemological orientation. Our insistence on framing the problem as a problem of epistemology is admittedly not new. I'm not breaking any new ground here. The insistence that liberating indigenous African thought has to be posed as an intellectual or an epistemological challenge rather than a political one where we basically lament the exclusion in the university of indigenous knowledge system. There are people who've done that before. And I've taken one example to illustrate that previous examples exist. And that example comes to us from an article named, or I've elected just this example, in an article named The Problem of Anthropology in Historical Perspective, an inquiry into the growth of the social sciences. Mafeje, for instance, insists on reframing the decolonization of social sciences and knowledge generally into an epistemological challenge. In the said article, Mafeje criticizes anthropologists who, in his view, err in thinking that anthropology could be decolonized or perhaps radicalized simply by stripping it of its colonial credentials and divesting it of its affinal ties with the colonial project or the colonial enterprise. Rather, he says, to surface the problem in its complexity, anthropology has first, alongside other, and this is his formulation, what he calls modern bourgeois social science disciplines, He says anthropology has, alongside other bourgeois modern social science disciplines, has to be returned to its origins within Enlightenment thought. In this way, it shall become obvious that the problem is not anthropology, or the problem is not politics, the problem is not sociology or any other singular discipline, but the problem is what he calls Enlightenment bequeathed modern bourgeois social sciences generally. So what Mafeja in a sense points us to is the futility of intellectual projects or intellectual endeavors that are directed at decolonizing singular bourgeois modern disciplines, or social science disciplines, if you wish. So, for Mafeja, there is no productivity in trying to decolonize singular bourgeois social science disciplines. For instance, like you hear people saying decolonizing psychology, or decolonizing politics, or decolonizing sociology. Because, as Archie Mafeja says, all of these disciplines first have to be returned to their shared original resource, which is Enlightenment thought, which imbues them with a shared functionalist assumptions and common positivistic methodologies. So the reason why Archie Mafeja says we must return all of these disciplines to their Enlightenment bequeathed foundations is because it is Enlightenment that gives all of these disciplines collectively what he calls their shared functionalist assumptions and common positivistic methodologies. For a very clear and illuminating elucidation of what these functionalist assumptions and positivistic methodologies of the social sciences are, I do recommend a book by a Nigerian scholar called Claude Ake, Social Science as Imperialism. So as we continue to outline, following Mafeja, the limits of this thinking of decolonizing individual disciplines, I enjoin you to think about the implications of this critique for the debate on decolonizing, or rather on liberating or legitimating indigenous knowledge systems. So as we continue, I want you to think about the implications of Mafeja's critique of the attempts to decolonize individual disciplines without returning them to their original resource, which is Enlightenment, which is what gives them their functionalist or collective functionalist and positivistic methodologies and assumptions. What that critique, what implications it holds for the debate on IKS, or indigenous knowledge systems. But let us continue to follow Mafeja as he outlines his critique. So Mafeja charges, as we've said, those who insist on thinking about the problems of colonial knowledge, anthropology in this instance, as emanating in its imbrication with the colonial project as creating an epistemological contradiction. He says they are creating an epistemological contradiction by treating colonial anthropology in isolation from metropolitan bourgeois social sciences, which are equally functionalist and imperialist. Indeed, as he says, that makes the problem of anthropology seem colonial or ideological or political rather than universal or theoretical or epistemological. So here's the simple point. What Mafeja is saying is that if you say the problem of anthropology is that it had a close association with colonialism, you assume that if you divest it or if you separate it from colonialism, you can then radicalize it. He says, no, you can't. Because anthropology, like all other social science disciplines, are a progeny of Enlightenment, which is what gave them their functionalist assumptions and positivistic methodologies. And so if you do that, what you do according to Mafeja, you make the problem appear ideological or political. He says the problem is not ideological, it's not political. Rather, it's universal, it's theoretical, it's epistemological. So that is why I have said that we have to inflect an epistemological dimension into the way we think about indigenous knowledge systems. Let's continue. So, and by the way, because now even those who teach Western knowledge teach it very badly, you know. Now, we teach people sociology, politics, but we don't teach them the history of the social sciences. How do you teach them politics, sociology, psychology, and all of that without teaching them the history of the social sciences? Now, when you read Claude Arquet's book on social science as imperialism, one of the things you would learn about what he means about the functionalist assumptions of the social sciences is that the development of the modern scientific knowledges and modern social sciences is that it was closely connected with the development of capitalism. And so, capitalism rendered it functional to its needs. And so you would see, when you read the book, how actually social sciences become functional to the modern capitalist industrial order. So that's what Mafeje means by these functionalist assumptions. But let us continue. As I said, building on Mafeje's suggestion that the problem of decolonization of knowledge is more theoretical or epistemological than political or ideological, I'm convinced that the problem of indigenous knowledge systems and its delegitimation or legitimation demands an epistemological understanding. One more reading from Mafeje, and hopefully the argument would have been made and clear enough. Hopefully our argument at that point, one more reading from Mafeje, and hopefully our argument that it is the epistemological nature of the problem of IKS as opposed to its political nature that holds more illuminatory potential shall have been established. So Mafeje underlines the necessity of first inquiring into the very being of the categories of modern thought. We may, through that act, or through such an inquiry into the categories of modern thought, of modern scientific thought, we may countenance the continued structuring power of these categories and concepts, even on thought that professes a decolonial intent. Now, let me reiterate that because it's a fundamental point. Mafeje says, we have to go back and look at the categories, the very being, the ontology of the categories of modern thought. Because we may find through such an inquiry that those categories actually continue to have a structuring power, even on knowledge that professes to have a decolonizing intent. Because if you depend on the same categories of modern scientific knowledge, you may actually end up reproducing the structuring power of Western thought, even when you claim to be decolonizing. So, Mafeje writes, and I quote, "My purpose is to suggest that the intellectual effort, meaning anthropology, was a service to colonialism not because of the crude suppositions about direct conspiracy or collusion, but mainly because of the ontology of its thought categories." So IKS continues to be marginalized, perhaps not because of colonialism and its aftermath, but rather because of the ontology of the very being of categories of enlightenment bequeathed modern rational scientific thought, because these categories preclude from ab initio the possibility of Western thought, which declares itself as the normative standard of all knowledge and forms of knowing. Those categories preclude this Western thought existing alongside any other form of thought. The problem with Western modern scientific knowledge is that it is incapable of existing alongside any other thought as equals. So Mafeja's point is that, which I extend to IKS, is that perhaps the problem is not so much that indigenous knowledge systems are excluded from the university for political or through political machination. It might just be that the problem is with modern rational scientific thought, which precludes from ab initio the possibility of Western thought existing alongside any other form of thought. One primary category that has been key in this Western project to silence other knowledges is that of the unencumbered modern subject, possessed of the cogitative power of consciousness. Reason being the post-Enlightenment thought, reason being that post-Enlightenment thought holds this modern subject that was given to us by Descartes. Reason being that post-Enlightenment thought holds this modern subject not only as the source or foundation, if you will, but as a requisite condition for the possibility of all knowledge. In fact, in Western thought, without the subject, knowledge does not exist. So, and by the way, this subject is not born. This subject is what Dr. Mzileni was referring to. It's a product of that socialization through the university. When we say you are an authority because you've written 300 pages of nonsense in a PhD. So, the point I'm making is that one of the primary categories that has been key in this Western project to silence other knowledges is that of the unencumbered modern subject. That's why we have to insult it, because actually we've been turned into instruments for the exclusion of other knowledges existing as equals with other kinds of knowledges. So we become certificated in order that we may pronounce to other knowledges that, but yours is not knowledge, it's not validated. It hasn't been peer reviewed and all of that. We are the first to say so once we have been certificated. And so that subject is precisely that subject that we must insult. We must not hold it in reverence at all. So the point I'm making is that one primary category that has been key in this Western project to silence other knowledges is that of the unencumbered modern subject, possessed of the cogitative power of consciousness. Reason being that post-Enlightenment thought holds this modern subject not only as the source, foundation if you will, but as a requisite condition for the possibility of all knowledge, including IKS, Indigenous Knowledge System, if it is to exist and be reproduced within the modern university. Hopefully you get the drift. My point is that if you agitate for the inclusion of indigenous knowledge system or indigenous African thought in the university where the modern subject is the authority and the original resource of all knowledge, in order for indigenous African thought to be admitted into the university, you then have to accept the authority of the figure of the subject. Because every idea would then have to be attached to the subject, this originary subject. And so the agitation for the inclusion of indigenous African thought or indigenous knowledge systems into the university has or faces a potential danger of actually accepting this figure of the modern subject and the authority it has in knowledge production. We are able at this point to formulate and explicitly state the fundamental question the paper considers a priori or considers to be the condition of possibility for legitimating indigenous knowledge systems. Formulated at an epistemological level, the question is, what happens when subject-centered modern Western rational thought encounters African forms of cognizing and modes of being in the world structured otherwise than modern? The answer to the above epistemological question is organized, as we said earlier, into two philosophical fragments. So the second fragment and the third fragments are basically dedicated to answering this question: what happens at that moment of the encounter between these two, knowledge systems, the Western modern rational knowledge and indigenous African thought, or what I prefer to call the African modes of cognizing and African modes of being in the world. Because, by the way, for Africans, knowledge is not separate from being or existing. And so, the decoupling of knowledge, which is outside of the modes of being, is not very typical of indigenous African thought. So that is the difference, one other difference between the concept of the modes of cognizing from thinking. That's the difference. But let's continue. So as I said, the two philosophical fragments that follow are aimed at answering this fundamental question that we have just posed. Since the advent of modernity, the reason why this question is important is because since the advent of modernity, the encounter between Western rationalist knowledge and African forms of cognizing has never been an encounter between two distinct knowledge systems capable of coexisting alongside each other. Something precludes from ab initio their co-presence in time as two not necessarily compatible but internally adequate forms of knowledge systems. Now, this I have to emphasize. Since the advent of modernity, something precludes the possibility of these two knowledge systems coexisting alongside each other, but also coexisting or having a co-presence in time. They can't exist at the same time. I have to explain that. The fact that we talk about indigenous knowledge systems in the university today does not mean that they exist at the same time with modern disciplinary knowledges. They are relegated to a different time, a time of the past. So they do not exist at the same time with modern disciplinary knowledges, but 10 minutes. Okay, there's a crisis, but it's fine, we'll manage it. So they do not exist at the same time. They are relegated to a different time, and the time of the present is only the time of modern bourgeois rationalist thought. And so that they are spoken about in the university does not mean that they exist at the same time. So, in order to maximize time, let me hurry to the second philosophical encounter, which is basically aimed at answering the question, what happens at the moment of the encounter? To answer this question, I want to examine the nature of the encounter between modern rational scientific thought and indigenous African thought. I want to invoke the following scene from Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart. It's a conversation that happens between Okonkwo, the son of Unoka, and Obiaraka. Okonkwo asks his friend Obiaraka in a conversation, and this is the question that Okonkwo poses to his friend. Does the white man understand our custom? Obiaraka answers, how can he when he does not even speak our tongue? But he says our customs are bad, and our own brothers have taken up his religion, but our own brothers who have taken up his religion also say our customs are bad. The white man is very clever. He came quietly and peaceably with his religion. We were amused at his foolishness and allowed him to stay. Now he has won our brothers, and our clan can no longer act like one. He has put a knife on the things that held us together, and we have fallen apart. This is the conversation. Of course, you can recognize the problems in the patriarchal nature of the language. It seems like Okonkwo and Obiaraka can only think in terms of brothers. They don't have sisters. But the point why I have to invoke this, it is because languages do not divide the world in the same way. Linguists have told us. So to access, appropriate the world or render it intelligible, we have to turn to language. So embedded in language are a series of meanings, and notably in language there is a cognitive structure that orders, organizes, and domesticates what would otherwise confound the imagination. But what Ike's Okonkwo here and his friend Obiaraka is a fact broader than the linguistic gap between the Igbo cultural world and that of the colonial missionary, because when they talk about the white man, they are referring specifically to the colonial missionary. So their point, what worries Obiaraka and Okonkwo in Chinua Achebe, is this question: with what audacity, when they had shown tolerance and refrained on concluding on the authenticity and integrity of the white man's culture, with what audacity does the white man then proclaim with all the hubris that our customs are bad, our gods are false gods, gods of wood and stone, and gods of deceit? With an evident sense of bewilderment, they wonder. And so, again, to maximize time, I'm going to quickly give you a summation of an analysis of that encounter in Chinua Achebe. And so when the missionary is asked against his counsel, if we leave our gods and follow your God, who will protect us from the anger of our neglected gods and ancestors? The white man or the white missionary has temerity to pronounce, your gods are not alive and cannot do you any harm. They are pieces of wood and stone. End of quote. So for the colonial missionary, the situation we read of here does not signify, how many minutes? 3. Okay. For the colonial missionary, the situation we read of here does not signify an encounter between two distinct knowledge worlds, capable of existing alongside each other. Neither is this a gesture towards two not necessarily compatible but internally adequate forms of epistemology. This begs the question then, what is the ratio between the colonial missionary's position or locus of enunciation and the non-Western knowledge world he speaks of? What accords the colonial missionary the privilege or what empowers him while remaining outside of a culture to declare to the view of those who dwell within the culture that its customs are mute or its gods are mute? Now, the answer to that question would be found if you looked at Lyotard's concept of legitimation. And I am going to leave that and quickly talk about the last philosophical fragment, which I have termed. So with this second philosophical fragment, what I'm trying to illustrate is that Western knowledge is incapable. Why doesn't the missionary see this other world, even if it's not in consonance with his own world? Why doesn't he see this other world? Why is he incapable of seeing this other world as internally coherent and adequate, and think of his own also as internally adequate and coherent without having to, pass judgment on this other world? It is because the colonial missionary considers, just like the modern subject, considers his world as the norm, as the standard, as having the right to pass judgment, even on other knowledge worlds whose language it doesn't even understand. So that's the purpose of that second fragment. Lastly, the last fragment is basically on what I've titled the unreason of political reason. What it does is simply to try and, the attempt is made to illustrate how reason or rationality works as a normative category that precludes simultaneously non-Western modes of being in the world, as well as indigenous African forms of cognizing. One discernible feature of modern reason is its proclamation of life as singular, which is to say that there is only one way of habiting the world, of being in the world, as well as apprehending the world. Because all of us, when people tell us what is, so if you ask me, why do I go home, to slaughter, you say, give me a reason why you do what you do. Because you suppose that there is only one way of being in the world, and that way of being in the world has to be transparent to reason. If it's not transparent to reason, then it doesn't have a right to exist. So my point is that one of the discernible features of modern reason is that it proclaims life as singular, which is to say there is only one way of habiting the world, of being in the world as well as of apprehending the world. That is through reason. So, to show what I call the unreason of reason, we know that modern reason is not eternal. It has not always existed since the beginning of time. We owe our modern concept of reason or conception of reason to Descartes. In this modern conception of reason is a supposition that there exists an Archimedean point from which an inquirer projecting from a privileged position can apprehend or make sense of everything in the world. This modern subject thinks of itself as being capable of ascending to the podium or the pedestal and viewing all regions of life and the world and being able to make sense of them just because it's possessed of reason. So we think we can explain everything. Once we have been given PhDs, we think we can explain everything in the world simply because we are possessed of reason. Because we think of reason as unencumbered, without limits. The best example I can give you is, don't have time. So, the point I'm making is that this modern subject thinks of itself as having an unencumbered privileged position from which it can apprehend or make sense of everything in the world and all regions of life. And these regions of life, by the way, are not only geographic. It thinks of itself as being capable of making sense of everything in all regions of experience, and these regions are geographic, they are cultural, they are temporal. Reason has no limits. It thinks of itself as transcending all of these boundaries. Now, to end off, the question is then, what happens when reason gets to a point of failure, where it is not able to explain something? What happens when it is encountered with situations of life or modes of cognizing or modes of being that are not transparent to it? What happens when it reaches that moment of failure, that moment of immobility? My suggestion to you is that it extends its life as unreason. In order not to admit failure, it says everything else beyond this point is unreason or irrational, and therefore extends its life so that it is able to explain even those parts of the world or those regions of life and experience that it ordinarily should have said, I'm unable to explain this. But that moment of mobility, it refuses, and it translates itself into its opposite, which is unreason. Thank you very much.
Dr. Lushaba, Mthuli, Ngwenya, Mkwazi, Siyabonga kakhulu. In African societies, when people say it means that they're speechless. but they hear you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give a round of applause for the second time? Thank you very much. As I was sitting there, I was thinking, this one requires the organizer to respond. But thank you for that revolutionary reflection right at the start of your talk. For me, what I took from your talk, right from the beginning, when you were reflecting on the status of our languages, especially the indigenous languages, and you mentioned that it will take us 50 years to get to where Afrikaans is today as an advanced language. But I'm saying that because it's a political project, it might take more than that. But what we're saying is that our languages has been intellectual for centuries. They've been used in sciences for centuries. Our ancestors have been thinking in our African languages, in our indigenous languages for centuries. It does not mean that because they've been marginalized, they are not intellectual languages at all. What we're trying to do now is to recenter them into academia, so that they become languages of thought, so that we can express our indigenous knowledge systems in our languages. I think that what you said earlier on, that colonizers have been very smart in marginalizing our languages so that their Western thought can be seen as the norm and the standard that we accept, especially in the global South. Without wasting any further time, ladies and gentlemen, I will move to our next phase, which is questions, comments to Dr. Lushaba. I will again ask Utsiti this time, because Dr. Lushaba is still breathing from the speech. Okay. I see the first hand. I see a second hand at that side, and the third one. So we will do Dr. Lushaba. We'll do three questions, and then you'll respond. Okay.
Thank you for your discussion. My question, I was just thinking about the sort of parallels between the two conversations, the two discussions. So generally, for instance, in gender spaces, it's welcome, or maybe more specifically feminist spaces, it's welcomed and acceptable for those spaces to be led by women, because that is what feminism is about. In this sort of post-racial, post-apartheid space that we exist in, particularly in South Africa, but arguably even across the globe, you don't necessarily find IKS spaces or even African studies centers and departments being centered around African people or Blackness in particular. So mine is not necessarily a philosophical question, but it's how can we agitate in similar way to how feminists have centered their spaces as being spaces for women and having every justification to or right to challenge when men dominate those spaces. How can we do the same when it comes to spaces of IKS that are being dominated by people who, as you mentioned earlier, don't even speak or understand the languages and therefore can't fully grapple with what IKS is and end up taking up the space that should be ours to sort of develop these ideas even further? Thank you.
Okay, then we'll come this side, Titi. Please speak, sir.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The name is still Dr. Pedro Mzileni. From the Sociology Department. Let's welcome the refreshing and revolutionary input from Dr. Lwazi Lushaba. Sabulela Nkosi yami Qamaku. I don't know, Doc, but I think this thing of coloniality inako nje ukuthakatha phakathi. Ubuthakathi nobuloyi yonke nje le. You know? Because their first target was to kill the language first. Because once you kill the language, you've killed the cognitive tools to interpret your reality. Right? Hence, perhaps, Dr. Lushaba, you find that white people don't mind having black faces running these institutions. You know? Because they know that cognitively, these black faces are enslaved mentally. So you can have black faces, but institutional and structural, the system will still operate in their favor, whether they are present or not. You know? So, ukuthakatha nje nobuloyile. And one more input on the item of language. You know, we're having a heated, let me not give it the word heated. We had a dialogue yesterday in the faculty committee about language. And as we were moving in the discussion, I realized that actually, you know, language as an instrument of empire, we live and breathe it today. Because, just to make a simple example about this institution, specifically, French has a department. Dutch has a department. I don't know how many people speak these languages in the Free State province. Probably they're not more than 5. We don't have a department of Sesotho, a language spoken by an overwhelming majority of the people of this region. In their university, it has no department. English has a department with academics, not Sesotho. And please don't tell me about Development of African Languages. It's not the same, not the same thing. So they club them together, our indigenous languages, and they call it Development of African Languages. But these 6 ethnic European languages have splitted them into specific departments with powers. Yet we claim to be on a pathway towards decoloniality. You will never achieve and destroy coloniality first without constructing your reality and knowledges in your language. You even see this in our own children. It's very difficult for a child to comprehend mathematics and science, right, using a foreign language. You've got to deepen your child at a very young age first in the language of their mother tongue. That is how they're going to be able to grow and think in abstraction. At the core of the crisis of knowledge amongst our students is the aspect of language. They've been trained to comprehend these things in a foreign language that does not speak to their soul and their realities. So I just want you to come in on this language aspect and how the modern university reduces even languages spoken by the people of the region who have built these institutions through hard labor. Yet their languages are not even having departments in the university. So can you enlighten us on this aspect I call ubuloi?
Thank you very much, sir.
I am your darling. Thanks.
The last question will come from this side.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Doctor. That was fascinating, and you may have seen me laughing a few times, maybe at odd moments, and that's because I love a very good argument and solid points made, and I took a lot of pleasure in a few of your points there. I'm maybe one of the few natural scientists sitting here, but I have a great appreciation for other forms of knowledge. And I'm just wondering, I think saying that
if we are trying to break down the silos between the dominant Western way of thinking and other ways of knowing and being, it's not going to happen within 50 years or even a century by itself. Because the way our universities are currently structured completely precludes that from happening. We tried to start a Bachelor's of Indigenous Knowledge systems at this university and explored it quite far, and it was stopped from being developed by us because we weren't preparing any student for any particular job by giving them that bachelor's as an option. And at the moment, universities are seen as the producers of the knowledge economy, but I think the emphasis is on economy. We are supposed to produce or to create, to prepare graduates for the world of work, not to challenge the way we think. And the reason and the way we do that is by sticking to our silos, by creating departments and faculties. And the first time I encountered the words ontology and epistemology, I was already a postdoc. You know, I was never trained as a scientist to reflect, never. And I can probably say that most social scientists and so on don't know the scientific way of thinking either. The way to break down these silos, we really have to change the way we train students so that we can speak one another's language and can open our minds and unlock those doors from an early age. But the political will and the economical will right now tells us a bachelor student must be prepared for work and not for challenging the status quo, basically. Can we change it without the political will? And I'm a practical person. How is it possible for us to change how we train our students in South Africa, where four-field education, for example, it doesn't happen? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please use the platform for our colleagues online.
Can I use it?
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Very, very insightful questions. Let me begin from the very, from the very last question. Unfortunately, because of also the nature of these conversations, I wasn't able to unlock, or rather to explain at length what functionalism, means. But to decolonize knowledge or to legitimate what we call indigenous knowledge systems is not an esoteric project, for the university. It's not a project for brown points, in the university, because for as long as this knowledge remains the way it is, colonial as it is, it means that our modes of life also are going to remain like that. So there is a close relationship between the nature of knowledge and the forms of life that are, lived in society. So to decolonize, because you see it in the universities today, you have people who, write tomes about decolonization and clamor for decolonization, but they don't have the ethic in their lives. There is no decolonizing ethic. They put it on paper, and you don't find that ethic in their life. That is why then there is a disjuncture between, what happens in life generally and what we say in the university about decoloniality. Here is a more fundamental and academic point that needs to be made. It is that the knowledge we produce in the university is actually in a dialectical relationship with the market. So we cannot decolonize the university outside of the structures of society. For as long as you remain with, the capitalist modernity in society, then you would have to produce knowledge that fits people into capitalist modernity. Otherwise, you yourself are going to be rendered useless as the university. So this project is not a project for fancy, offices in the university only. This is a project that has real-life implications, outside of the university, where we would have to break down and imagine alternative organizations of society outside of political modernity. So for as long as we think we can do it in the university, the market is going to fight back. In fact, it won't even fight back, it won't do anything. Just like you say, you are going to produce people who are unemployed, who are unemployable, quote and unquote, and you then have, to rethink. But my point, more important point, is that functionalism, the functional relationship between modern disciplinary knowledges and capitalism, is what we haven't thought about. Sociologists teach, about society, and they say, the basic organization of society is what? Is the family, the community, and then the nation. All of those things come out of, modernity. We basically began to think of society in that way, from modernity. So for as long as you retain those categories, they have a structuring impact. I will, in a roundabout way, return to this point. Now, to get to the second question, no, we can only say maybe God is greater than Balowi. I've heard people say, but the question of language is very fundamental. It's very fundamental. I would have thought that if our freedom had any meaning, if our liberation had any meaning, the first thing that we would have done would have been to make our languages in the university mandatory as languages of communication at first. Now we live in a country, I don't know how it is at the Free State, but you must read the Stellenbosch University when it translates, because it does some cosmetic thing of translating Afrikaans into isiXhosa. It's not isiXhosa that you read there, it's a murdered isiXhosa, but it's acceptable. You know what? Because you don't have a professoriate in the university that would have said, no, this is not how you write it. When you do this, you denigrate our language. So the point is that I don't know how we thought that our freedom was going to have meaning if we did not start by, recentering our languages. I mean, I'm not an education specialist. I'm sure there are people who, work in that field here. But one of the things we know, reading research coming out of there, is that children who start their education in a mother tongue do better than children, who start learning in English. Now, this is, we know. So why have we not, why have universities not said to government, as the University of the Free State, we have established that it is correct and true that children who start their education in their mother tongue do better. So we demand that as a country you must move towards that. So why did you produce the knowledge? It's not helping you, to transform society. It's good because then I know at endpoints I'll become a professor. Whatever happens, it doesn't matter. Last point there is that, you see, the appropriation of, or cognitive domination is dependent on language. As schooled as I am, I can't pronounce, what is that place called? Darpierspoor or whatever. So, how do I then claim it as my own land? If I don't know it, I can't pronounce it. If I have to talk about that geographical location as my own land, how do I talk about it? I can't pronounce it. So it means that once you rename places, you've taken them out of the cognitive imagination of those who own the land. That's the importance of language. It's the cognitive appropriation of land. How do we learn from feminists? I suppose, there's quite a lot, to learn. The only point that we would have to, be cautious of is that unlike this system that is predicated on modern Western rationalist thought, for its perpetuation, it's not dependent on the presence of the white person. It's dependent on the production of the modern subject, and the modern subject can be black. So you can go to other countries that don't have settler colonialism, unlike South Africa. Go to Uganda. The people who profess this modern-centered reason are black people. They don't have to be white. Now, in South Africa, because we are a settler colony, it appears like it's a problem of race. No, it's a problem of people who have been initiated into modern reason.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lushaba. Before you leave the stage, there's an online question that I think we should take so that we become inclusive in a way. So the question is, can the problem of reasoning be squarely placed on reasoning as reasoning? Or as reasoning as conceptualized by Descartes? Yes. Descartes.
Descartes,
Right.
yeah.
Oh.
I'm trying to, I think I can sense where it wants to go, but I'm not too exact. Thanks. Can the problem of reasoning be squarely placed on reasoning as reasoning, or as reasoning conceptualized by Descartes? Okay. I suppose that what the question is trying to do is that there is reasoning outside of what Descartes said. There is reasoning which is not modern reason as conceptualized by Descartes, who says that man is reason possessed of, consciousness. I'm assuming that, that's the question. So, the problem is that prior to, even in English language, prior to the modern period, the word reasoning did not exist. The word reason did not exist. Its first use is because of Descartes. So there is no reason outside, of Descartes. If you go into the etymology, of the word itself, it doesn't exist prior to Descartes. But is there reasoning outside of reasoning as Descartes conceptualized it? There is something else, I would say, there is something else other than reasoning. There is cogitation, that happens. So because if you name it reason, you are doing exactly what I was trying to argue against, the fact that Western thought and Western categories have a structuring impact on reality. So you want to think about everything else that is related to thought using reason. Why don't you ask the question in this way? Are there other forms of apprehending the world other than reason? If there are other ways of apprehending the world other than reason, then we don't have to depend on reason in order to be able to explain what people do, because the danger with this question is that, so this is what they do, they're reasoning, but they call it something else. And so when you understand it, you depart from reason as Descartes gave it to us, and Descartes' conception of reasoning becomes the standard with which you assess those other forms of apprehending the world. So I suspect that the question must be, are there other ways in which we can apprehend the world? Are there other forms of being in the world other than reason? And certainly the answer is there are several other ways of being in the world other than reason.
Thank you very much, Doug. Thank you very much, colleagues, for your critical engagements and for engaging with Dr. Lushaba. Dr. Lushaba, thank you very much for those comprehensive responses. Maybe a last round of applause. Colleagues, we are moving on with our program, and at this stage, I would like to call our Assistant Dean, Faculty of Humanities, Professor Diana Precious, to come and give us a summative reflection. Prof, please, there you are.
Good afternoon. All right. What is special engagement? Yep, I thought that might happen. Is that one off? Oh, okay. No, it is off. Okay.
Just move the mic a little bit closer.
Fine. Okay. When Prof. Sitole asked me to provide the summative reflection today, my first response was, are you sure? Am I really the right person to be doing this? Not only because I'm a white American, but because as a Western-trained social scientist, I am one of those scholars who tend to operate subject-wise in the box. With, to quote Dr. Lashaba, Western subject-centered rationalist knowledge. It's how I was trained, and it's where I'm comfortable, right? So I'm probably the least qualified person to be standing here right now in the room. But I'm so glad that I am here because I've learned a lot. I've been inspired to learn more, and I've been challenged in different fronts today. And I'm very appreciative of that. The entire morning, as I'm listening to the keynote addresses, my thoughts have continually been brought to my students. And this is what I'd like to reflect on now. I'm currently doing a study, an interdisciplinary study with a psychology colleague, and we are looking at student experiences of identity. And specifically in this portion of the study, we're looking at how students experience diversity on campus and how well their identities are encouraged and accommodated in the campuses of UFS. And so when we asked the students to discuss the diversity on campus, they had a lot of positive things to say, overwhelmingly. There are many different cultures, different languages. There are so many different types of people here, so many identities present. And the university provides events and spaces to accommodate these identities. And they took pride in this diversity. They were so happy about the multilingualism academy. They're so happy about the different religious events on campus and all of these things. They were just, yes, we are so diverse and we love it. But then I asked them, is UFS an African university? And they said, ooh, no, mm-mm. No, it's not. Sianda, you looked at my notes earlier. No, it's a Western university, they said, largely because of what we teach, and also because of the lack of integration among the different identities that are present. So yes, we're all in one place, we are diverse, but there's no cohesion. They also said that they feel like they start their higher education journeys on the back foot. They have to learn to assimilate to a university culture that is not their own. So I'm thinking Dr. Lashaba said that the encounter between Western knowledge and IKS has never been an encounter between two distinct knowledge systems capable of coexisting alongside each other. And this is something that I'm going to think about a lot. Can they never coexist? Or how can they exist equally? Or even better, how can IKS exist a little bit more, right? So I'm going to think about this a lot, and what would need to happen in order for that to take place. Student-centered learning recognizes that students bring to the classroom that students bring knowledge to the classroom, and that we should then build upon that knowledge. And so many of us at the university, we say we're student-centered. It's a term you hear a lot. But do we really? Are we really? Not according to our students. So when I hear about when I hear conversations taking place about decolonizing the curriculum, and this is, we've been talking about this for a long time now, and we will for a long time going forward, the emphasis is usually put on this idea of deconstructing. And then the questions always come down to, but then what will we teach, right? We often hear that. If we, math is math, science is science. If we don't teach the Western concepts, then what's left, kind of thing, right? But to me, Indigenous knowledge is an obvious answer. It's a source. And the thing that I appreciate about us talking about Indigenous knowledge systems is the emphasis that it has on construction. Bottom up, not, this bottom up idea of construction. So when we have discussions about decolonizing, we shouldn't stop there. Let's put a comma there, or I don't know, someone else who's more grammatically correct. Would it be a hyphen, a semicolon, maybe, semicolon. Let's put a semicolon there. Instead of a full stop, and continue the discussion in the Indigenous knowledge systems realm. Or as Dr. Lushaba stated, African cognizing, right? So I'm the type of person, probably because of the way I was trained, that likes to look for practical takeaways when I learn new things. And so I'm sitting here thinking, what can we do as educators? Or more importantly, what can we undo, right? What are the next steps? It's not just the work of the protest existentialists, Prof. Satole, but as educators, no matter where we are situated, we need to be challenged to look beyond our officialdom, as Prof. Satole called it, our officialdom disciplines and global standards, not to throw them away, but look beyond them, place less importance on them. We need to stop being stuck in the math is math and science, no matter where you are, argument. We need to, as Prof. Ahechiri said, we need to recapture the power and agency to re-theorize our context and location. Indigenous knowledge systems is not a field of study. I don't see it as a field of study, and that's probably why it didn't materialize at the campus. But it's a way of knowing. It's a way of knowing and experiencing that transcends all disciplines. And so it has a space in all disciplines. I'm an interpretive scholar. So in my research, I am exploring lived experiences of my participants. As interpretivists, we challenge positivist thinking by asking who knows and how do we know what we know. And Prof. Ahechiri has challenged us with these questions on a larger scale by asking us to reimagine Africa's lived experiences. The metaphor of the cage was particularly striking for me. So Prof. Ahechiri said, for far too long, the majority of us have been conscripted into a kind of cage where the only option is to act like a parrot perpetuating the well-known epistemological control. And we as lecturers, we add to this cycle in the way that we teach and assess our students. So I would like to challenge us to think about how we can integrate the ideas that we are sharing here today into our academic spaces. So practical applications. Think of ways that we can put this into action. How can we allow our students to not just bring their knowledge and differences to the classroom, but to integrate it into the disciplines that we teach? To find a way for more than one knowledge system to not just to coexist, but to reimagine and humanize our pedagogies that belong to everyone. So I want to thank the speakers again for challenging us to think in these ways, for challenging me. And I look forward to seeing and taking part in the discussions and the plans that follow this gathering today. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Our African cultures, Prof. In our African cultures, hierarchy is very, very important. When an adult has spoken, the child does not speak. So, so you have spoken, Prof. Thank you very much for that. For that summative reflection. Indeed, we have consumed so much knowledge today, but come tomorrow morning or on Monday, we go back to our classrooms. How do we apply the knowledge and the theories that we have gained today? I think that one is very, very important. Colleagues, we are moving on with our program. I would like to call Dr. Calvin Mutingeri to come and provide a vote of thanks. Thank you very much.
Whoa. Good afternoon, colleagues. I think after this morning and after listening to the political scientists, we are not very sure whether we are reasoning the way we should be reasoning. But I think my job is just the one that is very simple. It's just to say thank you to all the people that participated. But I will be privileged to actually mention the names of other people, and I will just summatively thank the other people. I would like to say thank you to the university management. In absentia, some of them they are not here, but special thanks to go to the chancellor, the vice chancellor, and all the subordinates, because they are the ones that actually give us the right to participate in what we are doing at the moment, and also they give the green light to all what we are doing at the moment. I also would like to say thank you to our campus management. Special mention will be Dr. Menju for opening the session, and also I think he was the one who provided dinner. I'm not very sure. Professor Stole might have an idea there. And also Professor Stole for running around. She's the engine behind all what you are seeing here and all the nice things that you are seeing today. Mr. Manju in absentia, of course, is always handy in all the times. I also want to say thank you to the assistant deans that are present and that the other ones that are in absentia. We have got Professor Leroux and also Professor Precious. Thank you so much for gracing this occasion. I also want to say thank you to the planning team. I know Professor Stole is also doubling there. But we have our team of CD, Katleho, Dr. Chamisa, Dr. Mfukeng, Dr. Lulama, Dr. Moyo, Dr. Mchaku, Dr. Marange, and Mr. Mkize. There are many more that I could miss, but I just want to say thank you so much for taking your time to be, planning this occasion, and also to ensure that we learn more. And I think there's, I can say in some language, when it comes to learning, it's infinite. You never say, I'm educated enough. I think you have seen it from the discussion from the two presenters that you will never say, I'm now educated enough. Now, I also would like to thank our Professor Josephine Achire, I think I'm pronouncing it correctly. I just want to thank you for telling us that we should stand tall and reason beyond our humankind. And I think that is very, very important. And also I would like to say thank you to Dr. Loasi Lushaba. I think today I'm now a student of philosophy, and I'm glad that you actually opened up our minds, and we should allow space to think beyond what we know at the moment. In economics, we say, or we grapple with this issue of say, what should we do? Should we create supply so that we have the demand, or we create the demand so that we have the supply? So I also would like to confuse you, like what Dr. Lushaba has just said, that we have to understand whether modernity is what? I think he talks about modernity, and now I'm missing that, but there is modernity and the Western rationality. So I think he interchanged the two words, but my last word would be say, I think if we create the demand for the indigenous knowledge, then the supply should be there. Or it's either we should supply the indigenous knowledge and the demand should then exist. With, as my last word, I just want you to put up your hands and thank everyone who made this possible. Thank you so much. I think we have lunch up there, or maybe so there are some tokens of appreciation. I think. Okay. Yeah. So I just want you to put up your hands and thank everyone who made this possible. Okay. No. So, as in African culture, we just provide some token appreciation to the good words that we received from our speakers and everyone else who graced this occasion. I mean, those, of course, we will do it to the people that were the major participants. I will begin with Professor Dr. Lushaba. Thank you so much for your presentation. We really enjoyed it.
Just do the photo.
Should we? Should we show the people?
No, they are saying no.
We must show the people.
They are saying no.
When I'm gone here, they say they gave me mine. This is what we do.
Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome. The next one is Professor Josephine Achire. Thank you so much for blessing this occasion. Thank you so much. We really enjoyed your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm learning.
Maybe it's a bottle of wine.
Oh.
And the next one is Dr. Normal Lungelo Nkubani. Normal, okay. Thank you so much for coordinating this. I thank you. It was really wonderful.
Thank you.
I'm suspicious now. I think the way the presidents are going, it's like they are feminists. There's some division there. Okay, the next one is Professor Diana Precious. Thank you so much for summarizing it. Let's see.
What is it? What is it? I honestly don't know. Okay. Oh, it's a bag. Oh, nice.
Okay, since I'm the one who is between you and the lunch, and I think something is happening in your tummies, I would like to sum up and say thank you so much. I think the lunch is up there. Yeah, there is some supply upstairs there, and you can go there and demand it. Thank you so much.